Right, let's get it started. Who is in the chat? I continue where we left off. Spirit Life, been a while. How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Hope all is well. Nice. It's amazing to you. We are attempting, well, at the beginning of short my local church here in Trinidad. We are having an event called Out of Lodeba, and at the event is a fair, and at the event I requested that in one of the booths, which will be an information booth, the event is themed around the story of Mephibosheth, David and Mephibosheth, on taking Mephibosheth out of Lodeba. And one of the booths is an information booth where people could come there and learn about Bible culture, especially during that time. And I requested that at the event if I could do a virtual representation of Jerusalem and Lodebar. So kind of like a quick 3 minutes something where they go from Lodebar, like a desolate place, to the city of David. And we have been, well, from yesterday to today, we have been on a mission to remake this in Unreal Engine, because I'm currently learning game development and stuff. So we are currently on a mission to remake this image, this, into Unreal Engine, and I am quite satisfied with what we have so far. I realized we ran into an issue. Here has to be elevated as well, which is why this side was like a bunch of headache. So that is the current mission on live stream. So I just like help the channel with watch time. So I get closer and closer to monetization. So yeah, that's what we are doing as of currently. Thanks for passing by. Stop. This hat sculpted. Really, truly.
Landscape mode and select paint, and I want to assign auto material to my entire landscape. So click on the plus icon and select weight blended layer normal. Now it's going to create a landscape layer. We can save it as a default folder that they have. Click save and save everything. So now we have grass on our landscape, and what's neat about this material is that if we start sculpting, you can see that as I sculpt, our materials naturally transition. So we go from grass at the top to cliff at very sharp angles, and then back to grass. So it just adds an extra layer of realism. This material is very, then you can go in and edit them. So let's begin with what albedo controls do. So albedo controls function the exact same way and paint our first pass on our landscape. So the way we're not just limited to one bookmark. We have 10 different bookmarks. So for example, I could do Control 2 right here, And all the way over here, I have Control and 3. So now 1, 2, and 3 keys will then snap to the different bookmark locations. And if I ever want to override a bookmark, for example, I don't like the angle or the location of 2, then I can find a new location, press Control 2. I think our world is a little bit too foggy. The water looks, you can open up, plane, enter. So it's specifically keys and the actual castle. All I'm doing right now is copying and pasting, moving the same assets we've been using, which are the mountains and the volcanic terrain, around my entire landscape. That feels like finishing touch with the smooth reference, eyes of our sculpt, eyes of my doesn't mean we're done sculpting the terrain. Now it's on, because right now it's slow, pleasing, and it doesn't really feel like hold down Alt and duplicate them. You have this complete, actually what I'm for all one of my static vectors since. So for example right here, we can see that the bottom of this that's a little floor for this mesh, and position the mesh. Obviously this is the boulder selected here, that area. Also keep in mind that because all our meshes are nanites, now it's time to move on to the medium details, which is our trees. And select that and open a folder called Finally 6. This weird on. I do like the wind, so I'm gonna bring them. See that my trees angle to the slope of the land. That's the rest of the tree is disconnected since it is pretty annoying. So I'm gonna set it back to 2. This is orange and yellow value of these really thickness and the saturation right there like this. Jump back to the foliage actor to make any edit instance, although I'm going to use this global foliage actor. Right, spruce forest, specifically the spruce forest. For staff, I'm going to select, so I'm holding, so this. So let's do this. So select change to that, have that be instance to change the trunk mesh instance that I have open right here. All of these, and drag out. Erase all those. Let's select a tree. For saturation, increase game mode override. Make sure you select BP underscore third person. Now doc. And that's a so assets into a folder. You can select any of the assets in the outliner. Hold down to the day. Okay. Again, and this is now that's how you sculpt the landscape. Button animation, and I'll put the back in by D. Also want a bunch of other parameters that we more on the Y direction. I can increase this, or I can decrease the tiling in the X and Y to give a different settings, and within maps and modes.
You wait, I'm gonna set it to 1.
under editor startup map. We want an endless black void. We want a sky, so come up to create, visual effects, and select the sky and atmosphere to drag it in. And automatically it's working if I hold down Control and L as a shortcut. Now that's how you sculpt a landscape, but how do I paint a landscape? Since right now we're using Unreal's deep map name and shared assets. Also leave it for dirt by clicking on the plus button and go specifically. And I want to increase this presets on tiling offsets, and then click on the drop down. For example, if I just want to paint this asset right here, now it's time to, and this donut is nice. Now it's time to press the middle mouse button to close it. So let's go over exactly what some of these blueprints do right here. So if I zoom in, for example, on the jump input, we can see the reason why is because I just want to save everything. So let's print nice. Video to take a deep dive into all the settings of this material, but really quickly I'm going to go over them. Different settings are actually repeating. Repetition, and we can turn it on and off right here. So here is what looks like a distance texture repetition, a roughness, and paint. Okay. And I'm gonna set this as fog density, main color. So our map has moved on to the medium detail. And then now it's time to move on to the medium details, which is our trees and the actual castle. And I probably until you find a value all the materials. The trees I want. We're handling the medium detail. Just hold down the left mouse button and paint in trees. The only thing I'm doing is now dock right here. So while my environment looks nice, it is missing one big focal point, wrong material. So I'm going to the Epic Games launcher in order to get them for U5, since it's of mech, and we can do so by bringing this down so that's how my trunk is a little bit wrong material. So I control Megascan assets. Now let's go over how we, and then go and let you know that for all those. So I'm going to select this LD3, all we have is 0, and then select support foliage. Any foliage with wind, within the settings, align to normal, make sure that's unchecked. So now my trees will always grow straight up. They won't be dependent on the slope of the landscape. Another thing I need to do is that if I zoom in on the wind, we still get that little motion blurring glitch. So let me add in a character, ink, for scale X, 70% them, then the thick ones, new trees, the black older ones.
Yes, well then. We'll fix that after. Good afternoon. God bless you. No. Thanks for letting me know. My that's just my accent. I'm Caribbean, so in the Caribbean we speak English, but is at a certain pace of the. From what they taught us in language class, it is you consider it Creole. Where are you from, by the way? Sorry, I'll slow down. Because usually for my videos, I do talk slower, in a sense, but just like for this, I realized I wasn't. Because when I watch my recording. That's just the accent. Yesterday was in the because I was getting a lot of trouble after you left. I was getting a lot of trouble getting this side of it right, and I couldn't figure out why. And then I realized it's supposed to be on a hill. This whole thing is a hill, as the scripture says. So I was like, oh, so now I have to raise the entire elevation up a notch in order to like get that, because it was really hard to get the attempted to get it up and running here, so I'm getting through with it now. So let's go back to skull. Let's slow it down a bit. it twists a lot of scriptures. And the book of Job in general, yeah. So, how does Unreal Engine 5 work? Are there anything that teaches you how to use it, or do you have to learn it yourself? No, there are many online. I'll talk about and share. There are many resources to learn how to use Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine 5 is a game engine that Fortnite and what other game? Gotham Knights, all the Batman games run on. Like Batman Arkham City, Arkham Asylum, Gears of War. That's the engine that Fortnite uses. I did a couple courses on Udemy, and I looked at a lot of Unreal Engine type of like teaching videos. I show you. It's one of those things like same thing with I'll say YouTube and tutorials, where you could find what you're looking for, any tutorial on YouTube itself, but it's not like structured. So you have to like, I prefer like right now. I'll show you. Right, so this is one account. So I'll show you. I use Udemy. I think right now they have a sale. Every once in a while they have a sale on all the courses to get it for $10. I use Udemy. And I did this course for Unreal Engine with C++. But that is not the only course you need. That is not, and it's not needed in the sense that you need to do all, but that is the one that I like the most and I did. And you can also look up just Unreal Engine tutorials. So, YouTube. Unreal Engine tutorials, and you'll get a lot, like some full heavier stuff. You'll get things like this. This is a tutorial of what I have on my second monitor. This is a tutorial I have on my second monitor right now, where it just shows me how to do landscaping, everything that I'm doing in this video at the moment. I watched this entire thing already in full.
Let's undock
and
it.
I'm just
See any changes right
doing
now
cover.
in our world since we're zoomed up
Yeah, that's
really
good enough
close to our
while I learn from
ferns.
this
We would.
tutorial
Nice.
to start making my own thing.
In
And it's like Unreal Engine is like a skill. It's like being good at drawing in a sense. The first things you'll start with won't be pretty unless you're like a natural at it. But everything is just like something you have to learn and understand piece by piece. So there are many different Unreal Engine tutorials, and then if you go to the other account, and if you go to the Unreal Engine forums and come to community and learning, there are a lot of courses directly from Epic Games, the creators of the Unreal Engine for beginners, where you would just learn all the like fundamentals of Unreal Engine to be able to do game development for yourself. To start with, there's some like great starter pieces. What I recommend on what helped me is building a block-based game, just to do like this simple. Let's go for beginners. This is filtered by for beginners, and just like get your feet wet. You just need something that it seems daunting. It's one of those things that seem daunting at first because it feels like there's a high barrier of entry in order to understand it. Because for a very long time I told myself, yo, I can't make games. Game development is hard. I would rather do gaming videos, and that's what I did for like a long time. This was my other channel that I used to do gaming videos with my friends initially. I just did the gaming videos with my friends initially because I was like, I always had the desire to make games, but I said that it's too hard and too much capital and it'll take too much money to start, so let me just like
previously on 100 days
the
gang set out to not only survive but
4 years since I finished high school in 2018. It's 2022, and I did gaming videos with my friends, and then I got that calling to go into doing Xplanations, and I just like after a while, especially with the gaming group and stuff, I just like stopped doing it. I still play video games. I play Overwatch and stuff, but you know my stance I have pertaining to video games and certain themes in video games.
but to thrive in this world. But Shady Joe and X had a different approach. Stuck in the icy glaciers, surrounded by polar bears, ice water, and ice spikes. Will they survive and become the Ice Kings? Or will they fail and freeze to death? Find out now in episode 2 of Minecraft 100 Days. Alright, cool.
That was very good. That's where I got my like start into game development from stuff. And then I also recommend, like, if you play certain games, like for example Fortnite or Minecraft creative mode, they always say the best way to start in game development is to mod another game or use their in-game creators to creative system. So for example, like, go into Minecraft creative and build something if you have Minecraft, or go into the Fortnite creative mode and build something from there, and then start to go into engines. Once you understand that fundamentals, this is like helping to give you blockage, just like building blocks to use. And reading a comment, I love drawing, I just can't get used to doing digital art. It just feels so strange to me. Wow, I'll definitely try it if I get a good PC. Yeah, that's a good PC. A good PC is like essential as well. And that's cool that I like drawing. What style of like art, if that question makes sense, do you like to do most? I know people like for example, like, is it paintbrush style? Because I know some people specialize in certain things. So it's like the paintbrush style of art, or the kind of anime theme, pencil drawings and stuff like that. If the question makes sense, what I'm asking. Can I? This is getting annoying. Can't say that I got it. That's not true. So weird. Graduated back in 2019 of my high school year. Feels like a long time ago now. Time flies literally. Yeah. Like all my siblings are done with high school. I've been out of high school for like 5 years now. I did do an associate degree. I just finished my associate degree and I'm waiting to graduate in November. Now time to reclaim my steps. In the chat, we have 5 viewers. Announce your presences. Let me know who you are. I appreciate the lurking, and if you haven't liked the video, the live stream as yet, I would highly appreciate if you drop a like on it. Helps out the channel a lot. Okay, now I am satisfied and understand why I was stuck and can continue. What is this? There's some kind of back wall. Wait, huh? All of these buildings like that? Yeah, something wrong with this one. Wait, what? Something is wrong with this. Something is wrong with this wall. That's because if it's 2 in 1, that makes sense. So confused. Yeah, I'd be confused there. I think this could do with some smoothing a bit more. So let's run it along the side. Alright, so we'll do this bottom part for a little bit and run it along the side. They do not have enough. So, that leaves that way too bare on this side. Just a wall. Just a wall. Yes, I do have a half a script for should a Christian play video games in general for like the current landscape of games, because I feel like most should a Christian play video games are outdated and usually come from people who don't really have, best to put it, like experience playing video games in a sense, or either they play video games but their answers like really biased towards it. Like, you know, like, I play video games and video games is fiction, so don't let anyone tell you anything because video games is fiction and it's not real and etc. It's not real, so it doesn't matter if it's violent. Studies show that video games aren't directly correlated to violence in individuals and etc. and etc. Now, my favorite game is this game that is clearly demonic and witchcraft, but it's fictional witchcraft and fictional magic, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's like, I find like most should a Christian play video games type of videos are like that. Not true and shade of people, just like that's my observation whenever I look up, like, if you look up should a Christian play video games, that's it. And I am an avid gamer. I am pursuing game development, buying courses, buying assets, like all these buildings and stuff will like costed me $30 US to get the asset pack to tongue tripping up for the buildings and stuff. It costed $30 US. So I don't believe that playing video games is a sin. I do not agree with that notion at all. I believe it's a certain type of video games you play and a certain themes within those video games is the problem. But yeah, I do have a plan to do a Christian perspective to video games. But insider information, I would release that video when I have my first vertical slice of a passion project video game that I'm working on out. Thus far, I have a code name, Know Thy Word, a kind of like I don't even know what it done, like a kind of dungeon crawler style video game with the armor of God and stuff. And when I like get that vertical slice, I want to put up a demo so that people could like download it and play it. And when I have that done, then I will release my Should a Christian Play Video Games. You know, a little sellout marketing. Be like, Should a Christian Play Video Games? By the way, check out my video game demo, link in the description. You know, like stuff like that. You gotta be like tactical and strategic with this stuff. There's a while out. I plan to build it in Unreal as well, and probably live stream the process. Looking for a house. I really like people from Christians who play video games. I've heard like some of the most Looney Tunes level mental gymnastics justification for certain games. Like it's just fiction argument on a whole. You hear like so much justification for it. When it comes to gaming, I hear like the most amount of justification for it. And as you know, my thing isn't like, you know, to hit people with the binary and tell them you don't do this, that, and the other. Because I don't believe in like policing people, especially when it comes to like free will. God gave you free will. Who am I to like infringe on your free will and tell you don't do this, that, and the other? But even in that free will, there are consequences for actions. So that's why the whole like motto of the channel is don't blindly consume. I give my opinion on it and you make a decision based on that. I give you facts before I give my opinion on anything. Straight hardcore evidence facts about certain topics. And then I give my opinion. Because even if my opinion usually comes up to like, no, it's like, it's your choice to decide what you're going to do. And some people's minds are extremely weak, but regardless, you should have discernment if you are playing games, but always pray before you play anything to not be demonically influenced because of the Bible. Yeah, like the most I've heard is one that boggled my mind was at one time I heard someone say, isn't fiction and spiritual warfare real? Yeah. Yeah, one thing I heard that boggled my mind was it's fictional. Like I heard someone say it's fictional witchcraft once, and like the crazy thing about it, the directors and the authors say that if anyone hasn't watched if anyone like goes through the whole ringer of bro, it's just fictional magic, like come on now, it's fiction, it's fictional magic and stuff. Watch this video, why you should stop saying it's just fiction as a Christian, and Marvel fans react to the origin of Doctor Strange. Those two videos are hardcore out of the mouth of some of the biggest Marvel pioneers. So really literally stating that it ain't, not all of it is just fiction. Like obviously a magic wizard going around mending space and time and someone with laser beam eyes is fiction, but the source behind the source material and the more so a lot of the spells and stuff, they themselves say it's not fiction. People just won't understand it in a sense, and like their minds are conditioned and stuff. That doctor, like we still have to finish that documentary. Me and my buddy, we still have to finish it, and we haven't like watched it to finish it because it was just like when we initially watched it, it was like it was a lot. It was a lot. That video we made it because whenever like something is like pressing me, I get like really hyperbolic. That's why in that video it was a lot of laughing and stuff. Cause like I'll be real, that's the first type of revealing style video like that if I didn't laugh throughout it, I probably would have been crying. No exaggeration, because among the stuff that was in it was just like it was like a eye opener, like a shocker. I was like, even though I knew it, to know if that makes sense and to hear it directly from their mouths is like a whole different thing. It's a whole different thing. So try and I don't mind how this looking. Just need this wall to get thicker. So I have heard the fictional witchcraft argument. That argument of all blows my mind. So that's why I had my like buddy do the character, like kind of hyperbolic character in this video. About, like I think I played like this took a good amount of things, but this what I've been itching is they will accumulate for themselves. And the mental gymnastics really was. I knew they were not Christians when I was able to pick up on a few Christian allegories or references in their work. Well, now I'm extremely excited and telling other Christians, yo, look at these Christian references in their work.
It's actually quite Christian,
everything has a
just not in the right lingo.
Fair enough. Eventually, in binging as many interviews as possible about these guys, we come across some completely out of pocket statements about the Bible from the very mouths of our favorite directors and authors.
But then again, I knew they were atheists from the get-go anyways. Plus, come on now, I'm not just a fundamentalist nut. I know it's just fiction and their work is freaking amazing. Have you seen the critic scores on it? It's been considered one of the best pieces of fiction of all time.
Reasonable. It is fiction after all, and I can't deny it is entertaining. Even the work that is blatantly twisting the hold up, and the statements towards Christians are getting progressively hostile.
Well, they are talking about those
like whenever
cynical
someone tells me,
fiction
like,
has a
magic
Satanist agenda
and
type of
witchcraft,
Christians
like,
who are
especially, like,
quite an
witchcraft,
embarrassment to us Christians
Like hardcore
fans of these
witchcraft is
things.
just
Like, come on
fiction,
now, these guys are
and
nuts. Like,
the number one that I hear people say a lot is that, oh well, Jesus never said anything about magic and witchcraft and certain things. And I'm just like, you definitely don't know what the Bible says, literally.
they are trying to get a book and show cancelled. A book and show that is fiction. Can they really not tell the difference between fiction and reality?
I mean, fair enough. It is quite cynical to try to get a show cancelled, in my opinion. But what about the fact that they are twisting the Bible and that it's blatantly demonic and witchcraft though? Is that not a point of concern?
Okay, first and foremost, Jesus never said anything about witchcraft. And please don't be foolish. Witchcraft and magic are not real. Plus, even if the chance that it was real, which it isn't, this is also fictional witchcraft and fictional magic. And I have the power of Christ in me, and therefore nothing Satan can send against me will ever work. Like, the power he has is the power we give him. And the story actually has a great message with a lot of redemptive qualities that we as Christians can take something away from.
Ah yes, the Jesus never said anything about blank argument, even though the Bible clearly speaks against it. Like, yeah, like that's I get that like a lot. And the crazy thing, I get that more from cause like if I expect it from like an atheist to like beat me down on the whole fictional witchcraft topic, if you know what I'm talking about, Lamontes. I expect it from an atheist or from someone who doesn't believe in the Bible and sees it as one piece of fiction borrowed. Marvel is just one piece of fiction borrowed from another piece of fiction. We don't care, whatever. I expect that. I could understand that. But when it comes from like a professing believer who boasts about their like position in their local ministry and something like that, that is where the head scratcher comes in for me personally. Especially the line of like I have Christ in me, therefore nothing could ever come against me and have me, and I'm just like, buddy, that is not what the Bible says, but go you. Go you. Go you. Alright, so let's get some trees down. Okay, alright, so let's open Quicksil and restart the music. There are 7 people lurking in this chat, and there are only 8. There are only 3 likes on this stream. Can we please get the likes on the stream up to match the viewers? Kindly. It's just a small request. Helps out the channel a lot, and thank you for stopping by. 8 viewers, that's a new high record there. And the crazy thing about the Lamontes is that the ones who tell me like it's just fiction are the ones who have the most problems. Like the most spiritual and mental problems. Like, I'm laughing, it's not funny, but it's hilarious. It's just like, I had someone who beat me down, like, tried to beat me down on the whole topic of, like, it's just fiction and stuff. And right after, they, like, kid was going through, like, some dread nightmares, right? And then when I, like, took a survey of, like, what the kid is into, the kind of, like, stuff, they're like, I don't know where you're getting nightmares. And I'm like, oh, sure. You sure you don't know? You sure you don't know? You sure it's not it's not what you call it's just fiction that the author literally says is literally based on one of the most evil men to ever exist, who pioneered modern Satanism? You don't think it's that? Like, huh? I'm sorry for being hyperbolic in a sense, we're just like, you know, it's just fiction. It's just fiction. Okay, so we're gonna quick because we need one more variety in the trees that we have. So Quixel is window. Bum, 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 bum. Because you're going to be adding in some trees. The goal for this particular stream is to finish up here, to have this area up and running. To have this side area and this area here up and running. Just fix the chat. Stream elements. I want to fix chat a little bit. It's a bit. Like off. Accidentally. Okay, see what has happened when I touch things? Not supposed to. I'm trying to fix it a bit. This is alright, so we'll set this dimensions to this to while the Quixel loads is 420. Actually, do 416. 416 by 6. This is 620 in size, so 620 in size, so 616. Yeah. Back this on, put this back on, select chat. You know, some people say they don't believe in anything. I don't know, they say that believing and others believing in being neutral, but regardless you're teaming up with the enemy unknowingly. Yeah, like literally. There's a weird margin. Text. Comic Sans, I like this. The Bomb Rider. Yeah, we're going with that. Go 418. in search of some new trees. Yeah, we're in search of trees. Let's read out this because it doesn't have some good trees. Let's see if we can get some trees on the Unreal Engine Marketplace here in Trinidad, because we need trees. This is where we live for free, because we in. Looking for big trees. Could be a rocket with our palm trees. That is so barren. It's bothering me. Therefore, we shall put a well. Anyway. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense. Just make it wide. So satisfied with this, how this is at the moment. Let's continue up top. Excellent. One, two, three, and two. Oh, not long, market. Let's take some safety precaution. Fences. No want children falling off the side of the cliff in our little Jerusalem. Yeah. Go into the wall. Satisfied with that. Yes. blindly consuming any media, not just digital stuff, either even books and even people, can affect you spiritually. Always be aware and pray to strengthen your discernment, faith, and wisdom. Amen to that. I totally agree. That is the whole mission of the channel. Don't blindly consume. I don't know what kind of sand this is, but in our Jerusalem, the sand is perfect. Like, perfectly sloped mountain. You can leave it. Am I saying nonsense? David City was built in Jerusalem. Wait. Jerusalem. All right, I'm correct. It is Jerusalem. Jesus, I come on. Brian was like, wait. Hmm. Hmm. I echo the same sentiment as Lamontes in the chat. I saying them correctly, right? It's Lamontes. Yes, alright, nice, thanks. I just want to make sure. So you next wrong actually? I don't understand that, yeah. I understand that. I just want to make sure I get it right. Myself as well. I'll be right back. I'm going outside for some ice cream. right, I'm answering. Alright, continue. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Why does it keep doing that? One, two, three, four, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. The house is going along on the lower area. Okay. We have one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. Now fitting like 9 more. Now, Montez, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? And for anyone in the chat, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? That's really nice. Yeah, I'm quite basic. I'll say cookies and cream. After the short chat lily. Cookies and cream. I think pralines and cream. I tried it. I can't even pronounce the flavor. The other day we had our local independence, well, for Trinidad and Tobago. It was on the 31st of August. And we went for ice cream, and there was something that I can't even pronounce it. But it was amazing. It was a kind of heavy caramel, heavy salted caramel taste. That's what it is. I can't pronounce this. The loose de leche or something like that. I think that's the catch. I said some nonsense over the register, and the guy raised his eyebrows like, and I was pointing at it. I felt so embarrassed. Yeah, I watched me like, bro, what in the world did you just say? He raised his eyebrows and I was just like tapping on the display like, yeah, that one. Yes. You know, kind of like, it tastes like a salted caramel. I think it's the loose delicious. Yeah, true. You could do a lot with vanilla ice cream. I had that flavor the other day and I loved it. It's sunny. It's such a bookmarks. How do you do that again?
And then notice how we have a key on my keyboard to snap to that original location. So that's Control and 1 to set a bookmark. Template, I'm going to select third person. So third person will have a bunch of assets already loaded up in our project. The reason why is because I want to use the mode. Also for dirt. Looks like we don't have a dirt, so I'm just going to go to our normal maps, Control and V it. And dirt. And we want to log into your Epic Games account. Don't worry, it's the same exact account that you created when downloading Unreal Engine. So just go into that, and then you get access to, right now at the time recording, 16,688 assets, which is absolutely albino tint. Does it? It's 8K, so I think generally functions just like our color tints. So if I want to make my photos a little bit blue or red, this is where I make that change. And when I do make it red, it kind of gives it a fall feel, which is pretty neat. Press cancel for the name. Let's call this one an outdoor scene. Okay. Now it's going to ask for a destination folder. We can find the destination folder by manually going to our desktop and into our project's content folder, or I can press Control Space in our main project, right click on Contents, go to Show and Explore. I can click or hold down the left mouse button to add on new components to make my landscape even bigger. Before we continue sculpting our landscape, it's very essential that we first go over bookmarks. Because when creating our environments, I recommend that you have one central location. So one point that you're always referencing back to look at your environment. That's how you're able to keep track of all the changes you made. And this is basically going to be our main cinematic shot. So I think right here is a good spot for our main shot, our main camera location. But now there's an issue, that is, whenever I do make an edit, I have to fly all the way over there and then try to eyeball where my camera was originally. And this is where bookmarks come in really handy. So first you want to find a spot that you like, then come up here and click on the 3-line button, and all the way down here under bookmarks, go to set bookmark, and I'm going to set this as bookmark 1. Also the shortcut is wherever you are in your environment, press Control and 1. Now I can fly around.
Use this for animations. No, the goal with this project is because I do plan to put it up for open for anyone to download and stuff. I'll put it in a Google Drive for anyone to download. But I have my local church here in Trinidad has a upcoming event called Out of Lodabar, which is the theme. I think the movie is. The theme is based on the story from 2 Samuel with David and my brain doing backflips and Mephibosheth, where he took Saul's son he took Jonathan's son out of Lodabar, which was a place of no return, a kind of desolate place where people just go when they practically have nothing left in life, back in David's time, and he took him from there to the king's table. So that is what the mission is to portray. It is on the 1st of October. Right now we're having some venue issues, like down here in Trinidad is the culture is fetting and partying and those kind of stuff, and we've been like certain local grounds, we've been having like some issues to like get like became, oh, we're a church event, and people eyes like screw up and a bit. So yeah. At that event, I requested to do with. Sorry for the I'm not brain all over the place right now. At the event, is a fair. One of the booths is an information booth where people can come in and see different like Bible time stuff, like for example, material, like clothing, food, and those kind of stuff. And at it, I requested if I can do a virtual representation of basically what the difference between Jerusalem and Lodibar would have been like. So that is the purpose of this, to create a virtual Jerusalem and a virtual Lodibar. And we're basing our virtual Jerusalem on this image, which I did not realize is actually in my Bible. Also, next question. Lamontes, what Bibles do you have? Like, what versions of Bibles do you have? And how many? My house, so we like started Bible collecting like if it was Infinity Gem, so everyone has like 3 or 4 versions of the Bible, and it turned into like some kind of competition that I started like I basically started to like kidnap people's Bibles in the house, to the point that I just like they end up giving it to me, because like my mom has a small New King James Study Bible that I absolutely love. The footnotes on it I absolutely love, and just a big, and my sister has a big one. But I have a ESV study Bible, a Ryrie ESV study Bible, and a archaeological Bible, which is a Bible, base Bible, but with every other page is a picture. There's a picture on like archaeological facts based on the chapter. And at first I was loving it to see the picture representations, but then certain parts of Judges, I want to know what he meant by offer up his child, and the footnotes is telling me, oh, did you know that this part was discovered in 1988? I don't want to know that. I want to know what he meant by it. So I ended up like getting another Bible and said, there's another question. What kind of Bibles do you have? Or are you like digital only? Alright. Trying to keep the interaction. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so we reach here. Bookmarks. Check bookmark. 2. New Testament NLT Holy Clinton Bible. The editor crashed. Thank God for autosave. I think I put too much key inputs. Yeah, I have a, what is it? The archaeological, let's skip a search. Other than the Action Bible, there's the archaeological. Nope, I am not going to embarrass myself, but that's fine. I'll be back. So it is the ARC. Yeah, my brain right now it's been like yes, archaeological. It's a cool leather back. At least the one I have. Yeah, this one. This is the one I have. Is a cool leather back. And even if I can get to where it has the pictures for it. It's a cool secondary Bible to have. If you have it as a first Bible, it would frustrate you a bit. Because it doesn't like at least for me, I don't like the whole Bible. I like interpretations and stuff, so I like depend on footnotes for certain. I don't know if Mike will show his pictures of it. Yeah,
But
like
it helps
this.
because if you're a leader or teacher, and this is useful for pastors as well as for everybody.
So
else.
like that, every other page has like a huge picture or something. Every major event in it, and it's cool to like understand it. But at times it's like, that's not what I want. I wonder what it means. Sometimes they will tell you like historical facts that this place that this scripture is taking place in actually was discovered by this archaeological team in this year at this location, and I'm just like, that's amazing to know, but I want to know what he meant. Yeah, 'cause like every other page has a picture. The picture that I'm using is actually from that Bible. This picture is actually in the Bible. It's like a whole in First Samuel. It's actually in the Bible, and I actually only found that out after I started drafting the game. Kingdom of this whole picture is actually in the Bible. Well, the Bible, the archaeological Bible. It's good for that, but like if you want to like know what the passages mean, you're not gonna get that in there. What? Oh, the pictures didn't save. What saved? Oh, no way. Nothing saved from that crash? That is insane. Wait, no, because it did autosave. Hold on. There is no way nothing saved from that crash. I'll be right back. little bit of forum searching. I think okay, we're safe. We're safe, okay. Alright, good, we're safe. Jeez, thank God for auto save. Because I would have cried. I would have cried. Yeah, so most recent one before that was this one. Alright, this is the better one, okay. I'm gonna need a save check because I just forget to save. Absolutely. Okay. Cannot be dealing with the state. Save. That was almost really bad. Okay, that was almost really bad. Back to what caused the crash. We were trying to set up a bookmark. Just set up a bookmark, but the bookmark's not working, which is weird. Oh, okay, it is working. Alright, it is working. So what we need is to pivot the sun. Sculpt it out, flatten the top of the stops. Set a bookmark here. Bookmarks, right? Save. Make sure to save. Bookmark number 2. So now we want to. Oh, one. Yeah, one. No, one. I select one. And continue the building of this thing? Yes, that's true, man. That makes so much sense why the stairs was so bumpy when I walked on it. We put 2 steps in one. That makes sense. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense now. So why do the camera shake so violently when they're going to do something? I think I fix it already. Some weird subphysics. So weird. Camera shit. Okay. I fixed that. I'm gonna fix that too. That's good. Oh, small. Yeah, it is. And the other one is just like you're seeing it more, like the top-down editor view. You're not really seeing it like that. And that's because like I have my computer, so in order to like facilitate streaming, my computer is set to a bit of in this a bit of low fidelity quality rather than the highest it could be. Let's scale along a bit. That way like the stream and the editor don't go boom at the same time. Okay, so it is coming along nicely from where we start from yesterday. From scratch, nothing, to where we are now. So I think it's F9. F9 screenshot. F11. Yeah. Okay, now that is nice. So where we start yesterday to where we are now. This just needs a little bit more clearing up. And this here needs a little bit of shift sculpting. Yeah, yes, I like that. This side needs a lot of flattening. I mean, if I don't think so. I don't think I'll use MetaHuman for that. Probably. I don't know. Depends on how far we could get in the 2 weeks. I need to like just go out and learn MetaHuman stuff. The thing is, I have to like keep it as simple as possible because I am using a powerful computer for but to make this, but only day after use my mom's new HP 11 enabled 16 gig laptop. So I don't know if I can facilitate MetaHuman AI just like roaming around. So I know how to do it, it's just that will it run on that day? Because I'd have fair and then have to be like scampering, like oh no, it crashing on people as they come onto it. Just like I want to avoid I want to avoid that as much as possible. Like literally just gonna get them a PS4 controller and tell them like, you know, like yeah, we walk around and stuff. It would have been amazing if I could have done it in VR, but just the logistics with post pandemic and those stuff with holding events. You know, some places like pandemic laws are gone, but for us, at least for our event, we still like all workers would like would hold wearing masks and those kind of stuff, just to be safe. In that sense. Yeah. Then I go and find Jerusalem models, like people from that time. Models for, like people from that time. Okay, we need some sunlight, so control 0, control 0, control 1. Yeah. Okay, I think we need more. Track session beta tennis. You know what? just on 90 level I'm done. So that sun frustrates me so much. To get the right angle for the sun. Right, come back. I'm just going into a sensitive screen for a second. Looking for an asset. gonna take a while to load. Let me get the second set of steps going. Samantha, what do you do like while watching the stream? I appreciate you being on the stream a lot. Like, what does you do like while watching the stream? Layer 1, layer 2, layer 3. Marble, and I'm gonna watch I love Little Light Studios. We need light. This is a bit drastic. Yeah, 100% agree with that. Yup. Okay, I'm trying to get this to be brighter, but that is not working. I was in the wrong setting. And so many times the science, it's been so many times the science and archaeologically confirmed many things from the Bible, but the Bible is literally all true. And even when people see the evidence, some won't truly accept. Yeah, it's a sad thing too. I mean, like, I say it's sad, but I mean, the Bible tells us about that. It's just like, yeah. Okay, let's add more, and these will be like tall mountain dunes so that it don't look like the earth is in a sense flat. So that's what it's gonna be. Alright, now we take the sculpt brush. And take flatten. If you don't mind me asking, Lamantas, what was it that like made you like not necessarily become a Christian, but was like your Christianity it is for me? What is that? What is causing the shadow? I don't know if you understand my question. Like, for example, I'll answer the question myself and then you'll answer it. I grew up as a Christian all my life. My mom was a Christian. We held Christian values since I was born. And since I was born, but after like some years, we stopped like going to church completely and stuff like that. Stopped going to church completely for a long while. And in that period, I started like, because I'm a black person, African descent, I started drifting into, you know, like the Bible is just a copy of beliefs that came before it and stuff. So I couldn't get myself to fully like drift into and denounce God and Jesus and stuff, but I went more the route of like, you know, religion is just like the different religions, just different ways God expressed himself to other people. Now I wasn't in truth, it's a lot of error, but I just started like go down that path and stuff. And I went down that path for a while. I bought a gold ankh. Bought a golden ankh. Replaced my cross pendant that I had since I was like, my mom had for me since I was a baby, and was just rocking this gold ankh. Because the ankh represents life and the cross represents death and that whole pack of nonsense. And eventually, in coming to truth and like really looking into truth, just like seeing so much people like debunking and defunking the Bible, and for me just like there was no content creators, like there was no like precise, it was only sermons but nothing on YouTube back in like 2014. There wasn't no Mike Winger and Living Truth and stuff like defined so much as yet. there was like, for me, there was no one I could like really look up that in a structured, because there were, but I'll honestly say Christian YouTube really solidify recently. I'll say like pre-pandemic with like where fellas like Ruslan and Mike Winger thing solidify and got to like, because the sermon side of YouTube, of Christian YouTube, was always solidified. We had Little Light Studios and stuff, but it was more like niche micro communities, and the like true teaching aspect of YouTube where you could go on anything and literally find any Bible based history topic. I find like most of those videos you'll see like it's 2017 and stuff, and I was going through this in 2016, going around saying, you know, like, oh, this is the and there were a lot of videos debunking Christianity every corner, to the point I used to tell myself, I learned about Christianity from the people and they who debunking it, like cosmic, genetically modified skeptic and the friendly atheist and those people. So that was the path that I went down initially, and I was like, God, I want to know you, not how these people who don't believe you say that you are, but I want to understand Bible truths. Because one thing that bothered me was I live in Trinidad and Tobago. I live in the Caribbean, and the Caribbean is especially Trinidad, is very multicultural. You can find a mosque, a Hindu temple, and a church on the same block, right next to each other. And growing up in Trinidad, we were taught to like the other religions worked. That is the easiest to pay. The other religions work. You have Hindu friends who say they did prayers, they did whatever festival, altar and stuff. And I was just to see the Hindu children and the non-Christian children, their lives would seem like it was flourishing. Meanwhile, the pastor's kid was like, how to put it? Alright, the Trinidad education system isn't zoned to how I believe the US education system is, to like, they say your middle school, you go from your district's middle school to high school. You go from your district's middle school to high school. In Trinidad, you go from primary school, which is from primary school, which is standard 1 to 5, which is the equivalent of first grade to 5th grade. And then in 5th grade, you write an exam called Caribbean Secondary Education, SEA, called Secondary Entrance Assessment. And from that, you would pass for a particular school, would be dependent on what grade range you get. Yeah, it's like really like basically it's like kind of like, and this is a prejudice system because like children end up going to certain schools and stuff. But in that school, I made like a lot of friends who were like different religions, Hindu and stuff, and you know, we see, especially me in my young Christian life, I was like, in church they're telling me that the gods that they serve, there's no God at all, but I'm like, the gods that they serve ain't working. I mean, you're telling me that their gods don't exist, but at the same time, it's like, their gods, they're succeeding. Like, the child do, like, whenever the child say they do their ritual and stuff, yeah, and like, like, the child getting straight A's, the child passing with the best schools, the parents rich and etc. And I used to be like, it was a dilemma for me in my younger years. I was like, you guys saying this and that about these other religion gods, but the other religion gods working, and the Christian God that I see or I am seeing portrayed, all is struggling. Each and every single one, all is struggling. All the kids is wayward, etc. Your kid like passing for like the lowest of low schools and stuff, and it's just like yeah, you're teaching about the God who created the universe and everything, and we serve the God that created it. We serve the God of the Bible, but it's just like I find that God of the Bible not working in that sense. And like I used to like I got drawn in by mysticism and those curiosities, and whenever I ask people to like help me understand the origin of, because I was somebody like I needed straightforward answers. I didn't need like, I'm not like a sense of lack of faith, but just like wanting to know and understand this religion that I just this God that I hear in church. And I used to be like, yeah, but I mean, I could trace different religions or different you could trace different religions and different things to origin, more a sense of a different origin and a truth. And then now we get into that part. We get into that part soon, because I wasn't thinking like that. I was like 15. I wasn't thinking about that as yet. We get into that part with riches and wealth and stuff. And I used to ask questions, and no one could like really give me not a sense of straightforward answer. Because like as I said yesterday, if God is a God who could be figured out, then to me he is no God at all. And I was like, we have these. I need answers. I would like answers. And then from there, I was like, got heaped up into Egyptian mythology. Well, Egyptian mythology and African religions, a sense of like that African spirituality, or like, you know, get back to African roots, my brother, kind of phase. I went through that phase in my life, and I was like, I mean, it working. I seeing the difference with certain things. And then one day, one of these pages put up something saying only a lie has multiple versions, right? With a picture of the let me see if I can get it. I'm sure I can get it. It is a very common thing. I sure can. Yeah, this. So I was following now. I was understanding like different religions also from this kind of freedom from mental slavery, African freedom from mental slavery kind of pages, get back to your spiritual roots and whatnot, right? I was into that phase a long time ago. And then see like this, and I saw this picture, only a lie has different versions. And I was like, right, all right, hold on, pause. Only a lie has different versions, right? If we believe in, right, pushing for spirituality and merging of different religions and saying that everything is just how the God of the universe decided to portray himself in the different cultures and times and stuff, with the different Hindu gods, different Kemet gods, and Native American gods, and it's multiple, like it transcends. It's so much. It's a lot. It's to the point that it's uncountable. And the origin of these gods and stuff have like everybody's version of it is correct on how the origin come, right? I was like, if a lie has multiple versions, right? I mean, when it comes to Bible translations, every single Bible translation basically says the same thing, just in different wording. With the whole aspect of like all religions serve the same God, some religions are fundamentally different at a core level to the other. Like everybody has a different creation, a different creation, the beginning of the world and time. Everything has a different version of how man came to be. Everything has a different way of worship and a different way of praising, a different way of honoring, a different way of getting things. I was like, if only a lie has different versions, then this is a lie. That was my thought process then. I was like, wait, no, because the Bible, with regards to like all the crapping on the Bible versions and stuff, all its versions say the same thing. Basically, all its versions at the core says the same exact thing. Even though you would change thou for different words, and thou for that and stuff like that, and thy for and thy and thee for they and you and stuff, you know, like different, just changing pronouns and stuff. The core of the Bible in all the versions remains the exact same message. Well, I mean, for most Bibles, for most Bibles, and not the heretical Bible versions that one man make to like, you know those stories with different with certain Bible versions, I think that not even recognized. For most of the recognized versions of the Bible, all of them say the same thing, and you're using like this image saying that, oh, only a lie has different versions. If the religion that you push in to say that Christianity is all nonsense has different versions also, and all religions serve the same God, yet that God that all religions serve has completely different standards, moral codes, acceptance of worship and stuff, then all of this is a lie. All of this is, I literally like look at that post back then, I was like, yeah, this is BS as well then. And that was when I click and I started like coming back to God and stuff. Now I tried is I was going through a hard period in my life. Right? I don't mean a hard period. I mean like first world problems, hard period of my life. I mean like as first world problems as it could get. It's as first world problems. I'm talking about like my computer a little bit before exams, before was the high school exams, whatever you guys call. I can't remember the name of high school exams that you get your high school GPA, diploma, or whatnot. I was doing all my notes on the computer, and around that time, my computer crashed and ruptured my hard drive. My hard drive was completely gone. Was doing a coding assignment. One of my friends was like playing around on the computer. It ruptured my hard drive, and my hard drive was completely gone. And I was like, well, how God could do this, allow this to happen to me, and etc. I was like, you know what, it's gonna like look up the cosmic skeptic, and now I couldn't express that feeling of like I have doubting God in a sense, especially growing in a mother who was on like X Games mode when it comes to like getting back to God after years of being outside the church and church trauma and stuff, and actually like getting back to and express that. And then I realized that you just have first world problems. Relax yourself, humble thyself. Like take a chill pill, relax yourself. And from there came like to build my relationship with God, because I really say my relationship with God really and truly actually like I would say I actually built that relationship with God in 2021. I was a saved Christian from 2016, got baptized in 2016, but that's a whole other story, because like that, the best way to describe it, that was a new age church is the best way to describe it. And something that used to like boggle my mind was in Trinidad we have Baptist, but our Baptist is not Southern Baptist. Our Baptist is Shouter Baptist, right? So I'll give you an example. Our Baptist is a fork of the African spirituality, right? So whenever I heard on YouTube that a group of Christians in the US are called Baptists, I used to think it's this. I used to think it's this, and this is like, it's high grade witchcraft and demonic. It is full send demonic. It is full send demonic. Whether like they say they believe in the Bible, but they do all kinds of rituals and demonic possession and this and that, and go to this spirit if you want this, and go to that spirit if you want this, and call upon the spirit of the prophets, and is that kind of stuff. Like go to the shores and offer sacrifices at the ocean shores and in rivers and light your candles and stuff. And that's supposed to be like, we train to fear, in a sense, like fear these. Because example, I lived somewhere where we had rivers. We had some really nice rivers behind us. Let me see if I can show something wrong. Yeah, this was a river that was walking distance from where I lived. This was a river that was walking distance from where I used to live where I grew up when I was younger. And every like once in a while, everyone like around certain times they would do like rituals, go up in like droves and do rituals and stuff, and like leave candles and stuff, and light the candles for the ocean spirits and stuff, and there would be like manifestations where the river and thing would come down and whatnot, right? And I was taught to like, don't go by that candle and thing that happened to you, like superstition and thing. But I was like, there's more fear for these things than the fear of the Lord when I was growing up. And I was like, but you're telling me that God works by seeing they getting through, in a sense. And every church service is, like, pray and sow as the seed, and God bless you, and if your ways please the Lord, He will grant you desires of your heart. And to me, I'm like, my ways pleasing the Lord, at least from what I see and how my family was living, granted me were like in deep sin and error. But at that time, I was like, it seems like my ways pleasing the Lord. Why God not working for us? They're going by the river and stuff, and things working for them. And it's just like, come on, I need some understanding to it. This is a river group, like, used to jump off from here into and stuff when I was younger. And that's where we in Trinidad, and they used to do their rituals and stuff. And sometimes when we go in the river, we couldn't even get to bathe because if they're there, it was like, all right, everybody had to go. They're going to do their whatever ritual thing, and it just used to be like at times like this whole bank was flags and colored candles everywhere, literally flags and colored candles everywhere. Anyway, let's bring back so much memories. That was my thing. Flags and color candles everywhere, and it just used to be like, all right, well, they come to do their thing. I mean, even though we was Christian, I want to be able to like bust out and go, and it just to be like, why? Like, tell them about this so magnificent or powerful God. I mean, like, afraid of like little candles and stuff, and it working for them. But I see like hard toiling and labor on our side, and two people testimony in church, and just like understood. I mean, I understand, but I don't understand at the same time. Like, I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand at the same time. And it just used to be like, yeah, like it was bad. So that's how I grew up. And it was really when I'm like 2017, 2018. I'm also 2017, because from 2017, I became a like really, really a staunch, super religious Christian. The influence, I was like, no one told me no. No one told me no when I became a Christian, because I have that like, people would say I have like so you know what, carried myself as in a way, not to like toot my own horn, but like what people say was like in a sense of excellence on like, no, I think like something you could pick up from the video on somebody who's knowledgeable, a young man who knows how to carry himself, knows how to speak elegantly and those kind of stuff. And I was like put on a pedestal, and I was filled with error. I had literally like, I believe in demons and stuff, and even though you could say you're a Christian and stuff, if you're not walking in the ways of God, even though you're saying you're a Christian, and even a Christian that was baptized, I literally had to be rebaptized because of the way we got baptized and how we got baptized. The way we got baptized. Now, for confidentiality, I can't say fully, just for like to be smart, in case like, you know, somebody I know personally sees the video or pops in the live stream, just like using wisdom on what to share. But like, I had to be rebaptized. It's like the initial thing I got baptized into was not Christianity. They said Christian, and like whenever people like in error, especially like how, that's why I'm so, in a sense, not to toot my own horn, but like sympathetic, I think is the word I'm looking for, towards people who like seeing all this stuff with Marvel, seeing how it blatantly blasphemous, and still going like, well, it glorifying God and whatnot. That's why I like could understand. I have an understanding of people who like going through that and say that, because I was once there. I was seeing this stuff, but I was like, glorifying God one way or the other. So I mean, yeah. And because of that, was just like, that's what I grew up in. I will really say I fully came to Christ in 2011, where I got delivered from certain stuff and things. It was I fully came to Christ. I was a Christian all my life. Baptized, doing youth groups, youth studies, being that fella in the youth group who would like break the ice on certain topics people didn't want to talk about. Always talking in church and stuff, always like helping up big in the events, that youth fella who leading and everything. And I say personally, I wasn't a saved Christian. I walked the path, speak the path, but me personally, I would say I wasn't a Christian, because I was like in error, hardcore. I was like one of those people that like, Lord, I do so much in your name, like I am that Christian. I was that cliche Christian fella. I did so much in the name, and God would be like, depart from me, I never knew you. Literally. My heart was stink. It was dirty. It was disgusting. Heart was disgusting. It was stink. The one face I know how to check people and tell them XYZ about this stuff, and then on the next side, me? My? Huh? Who was worse than me? Now, there are people that were worse than me. I don't say like my stuff was like that bad, or is it anything illegal or whatnot. Like, I am a virgin and what? I am a virgin, and still. But, just like thought process on how I used to treat people and stuff was bad. It was bad. I was prideful. Like disgustingly prideful. I remember like blowing off on the people in my youth group because like simple Bible scriptures they don't know yet, still they run around singing secular songs in the lobby and whatnot. I remember like it makes you cringe thinking back then. I remember a time blurted out that these people make me ashamed to call myself a Christian to a bunch of like young people. It was so cringy. It was so cringy. Like thinking back on it, I don't have like that guilt and shame. I would say that's like what you think God took away from me, because I used to cringe whenever that thought come back and be like, Jesus, if I could have seen 17, 16-year-old you who used to like stand up by the pulpit and like this excellent man, I would have kicked you down. I'd have punched you so hard. Like that lies literally. And that is signs of growth. That is nothing. That's signs of growth when we are covering Christ. And like seeing evidence for Christ and seeing how God has worked in my life, through the life of my family and stuff for me on my behalf, is just like for me to go back now and be like, this is no God at all. It was all on my strength and coincidences and luck. And seeing the full evidence of God for me to go back and be like, oh, it was all my strength and luck and coincidences. Like, you know, so. And that's why I am a Christian. I've seen the evidence of God in my life in many circumstances and occasions. And not just because He worked miracles, because like my life, like people know even like now, people know my like circumstances on with certain things. Many people like would envy like I have a computer and stuff, but like to get to it was a struggle. You want the results, you don't want the process. A lot of people they want the results, but they don't want the process. Process was not nice. Because the results comes with the process, and the process, I can tell you, was not nice. I mean, it still ain't nice, but my trust, faith, and hope in the Lord. It's true that like pruning is what I see, is what like led me to like explanations. Because it's fun fact, I tell like some people this. I said it in one of the videos. Can't remember which video I said it in. But my name is Xavier Allen, just like Professor X. No, I was not named after Professor X, but most people know it by Xavier or Xavier. But my name is Xavier Allen, and that's where the X in the explanations come from. Because whenever I went to do any movie, whenever I went to watch any movies with any family or close friends and stuff, they were confused. They would be like, explain like who's that? Like, for example, for Infinity War, when I carry people to watch it, or Thor Ragnarok, they would be like, alright, who's that? Now I used to like just explain it, Marvel in like quick bites for them, as quick as possible, and they'd be like, oh, thanks and stuff. And I was that, like I said, being that comic book nerd was my identity in high school. Being like the guy who knew so much about Marvel and comics and stuff, I made that my identity. And then when coming to Christ and realizing, actually reading the Bible, because you could be in Christ. A lot of people, as said in another video the other day, a lot of the video that we did on Don't Be a 2 Timothy 2 for Christian. Yep. That is when you know you're in the Lord. Because I thank God for like all the struggle. Like, and they were going through the struggles, I was like, Lord, why? What I do to deserve this? But like, no, it was just like I thank God for everything, everything that I didn't understand in the moment, and everything that like I cry myself tonight thinking about and stuff. Things that are bottled up and stuff. My sun needs to be higher. I like this light. I actually like this lighting. I'm satisfied with this lighting now. Floating tree. We had the foliage at a different time. If I have a Discord, you know. If you don't mind, if you don't mind sharing your voice, I have a Discord. It is the link for it is right on the channel page itself. Yeah, first link. Yeah, we can join in. I think it should auto give you permissions. Cause yeah, to like type that out would be, whew, that would be a doozy. That would be it. Shall join me in the lounge when you join. Alright. Right of God. Awesome. Welcome to the Discord. Just one. I don't know if you can see permissions. Hold on. think it should auto give you the permission. Did it not yet?
Account.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice, I can hear you.
I never thought I'd be back on Discord. I had so many bad experiences on here.
Understood.
I had to delete my old account. So much weirdness happened on Discord.
I understand now. I appreciate you joining this. This is good.
Yeah, I'm bored of typing. It's so annoying having a limit of many words I can say.
Yeah, I think it's only 200 per sentence on YouTube.
But yeah, I could relate to everything you was mentioning. Like, so back in like 2016 to like 2018, like out of nowhere, I started getting these videos recommending about spiritual reality, like all this weird stuff about like star seeds and all this astral stuff. I'm like, what? No. And I was like reaching like, no. I'm like, no, that's not right. Because I've been through a lot of stuff. Like, I believed in the demonic and all that stuff throughout my whole entire life. But I went to church, and let's just say I was Christian at church, but when I was not at church, I was not acting the part. I was like, but now reflecting on my life and everything I experienced and like taking to heart all the good and even the bad and realizing and truly accepting the Lord lately. Like, it was like 3 months ago. The Lord came, like literally came to me. I was like, I really want to repent. I was like, if you want me to give my life to you, I want you to do something. I want you to break this computer. And I was walking out to the front of the door and my computer falls and it breaks. A whole screen breaks. I was like, yep, I didn't need Steam anyway. It sounded like I was glorifying the Lord playing all those not safe for work games. So like, yep, I give my life to Jesus. It happened so fast. It happened the exact same day I said. I was like, yeah, the Lord is really going out here.
I have you.
He's like, yeah, you can stop. I have been off my computer ever since then. I never went back to Steam. I was like, I'm not going back to that Steam. It's not good. Like, I do have some good games, but let's be honest, they weren't good.
Yeah, like even the good, like for example, I only play Overwatch and Multiverses, and even with those, it's like they have the elements. I mean, Overwatch is literally made by Blizzard, which is like the ones who create World of Warcraft and stuff. It's the same philosophy, just
Yeah.
with tech. And
I never
Multiverses
played
is like the same
Overwatch
thing.
before.
Yeah. You see?
Yeah, it's so easily to be engrossed in the media nowadays. But now, since I'm aware of everything I watch or do, like I still play Fortnite, but I make sure
Same.
I know what's going on now. Now when I play, I just feel you could just now I could feel like I always felt spiritual like vibes, but now I could
Yeah.
feel like it's just a whole lot
Like,
different. I was like,
This season, I jokingly tell my friends that I might have to make a video on Fortnite because like the current Fortnite law is like picking up
It's
pace
so
to
crazy.
align with Marvel, with the current Marvel crossover that they have. They have a
Yeah.
crossover comic that is
And they did
directly
that in the
aligning with
past, too.
Judgment Day. Yeah.
with Thor. Like now I'm like, okay, I never liked Fortnite back when I was in high school. I never played it. I was like, I'm not playing Fortnite. This game is too popular and it's suspicious. So 2019, it's about to be 2020. It's the new year. I moved here. First, like I like, well, let's go try Fortnite, right? I'm curious. I get on Fortnite. I don't like it. It's okay. And right now, I'm still of the world. My mind is still Cardinal. So like, I'm like, then I'm like realizing, even though I was in the world, I still realized like Fortnite know what they're doing, making you play third person, and they know most demographic of the men are gonna play with a female outfit.
Yes. that
And
is
I
facts.
realized that Fortnite, they know what they're doing when they design these outfits. I mean, not all of them are like suggestive or provocative, but most of them are. And it's just crazy how, I mean, I thought that, but I never took my own advice. Now lately, I take my own advice, and it's just wild. I was like, okay, you see this? It went from just playing Fortnite, then it went to not safe for work stuff about Fortnite. and it's just crazy.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Fortnite today is something else.
it is crazily,
It
it's
is.
strongly demonic. I mean, lots of games are, but Fortnite is just, it has its own, it's basically its own religion. I realize all the stuff about like the 0 point and stuff, trying
It
to
is
create all things,
literally the new thing.
it's literally its own religion.
Like the Fortnite, and it sounds like to some people it'd be like crazy to say something like, oh, it's just fiction. Like, no, we know it ain't just. It ain't.
It's not just fiction.
Because
It's
like
not just
it
fiction.
started. Fortnite law started like so simple. It was simple. It was
Yeah.
to the point. Now
Simple game.
the newer acts of the law, they literally had it. They literally implied in the Marvel thing comic that Wolverine had some good time with one of the Fortnite characters.
Oh yes, the Imagine.
Yeah, they imagine.
I was my goodness.
What? This is
I
really
was like, this
Fortnite
is getting
law.
crazy. I was like, oh no. I was like, now this is getting crazy.
Oh, Fortnite trying to age with the 12-year-olds they had 5 years ago. Aging up the Fortnite law.
Fortnite is something else. It's literally, it is the metaverse, and I've seen many Christian YouTubers talk about the metaverse. It's going to be strictly demonic, and lots of people have different experiences. You see,
Most people have a different opinions
I-
and stuff,
it's so crazy. But you're good.
yeah.
But so I was born with epilepsy all my life. But the thing is, it was crazy. I have like, it stopped back in like around when I was in middle school. It stopped, and I was still taking medicine, but the medicine wasn't helping me. So all the medicine until like 2020, no, not 2020. I stopped taking medicine back in 2019, last year of my school year, because it made me have more demonic experiences, and I'm already in tune with that stuff. I'm like always seeing the paranormal. I'm not crazy. I'm like, Mom, and I try to ask family members, but you can't really ask people who of the world. They won't understand.
They won't understand.
I was
Say,
like-
it's just a mental thing.
It's like, no. I was like, I know I experienced. I was like, I had a lot of demonic attacks during 2019. It was crazy. So I stopped taking the medicine, and I had a lot of hallucinations. The thing is, I would dream something and have a demonic being. I remember strongly, I went to sleep, I dreamed going to my bathroom. I had a bathroom outside my room, because my room was upstairs. There was this demonic being sitting in my toilet, butt naked. I was like, wait, I wake up, I go to my bathroom, I see a demonic being, ghostly figure, looking sickly, sitting on my toilet. I was like, you telling me I'm gonna walk back to my room, go to this bathroom, and use it after some entity was just sitting on it?
Yeah, that is some manifestations.
It's crazy. Everybody has their own spiritual gifts, but it's so crazy. It's just, everybody's
Sometimes
different.
that is like, sometimes like with certain gifts like that, is more a sense of like what you're putting into your spirit. Because the example I use is the one with I have somebody I know like personally, whose kid, the whole thing is like, it's just fiction, and the kid has nightmares and sees like some really descriptive stuff, and we're just like, that kid has spirit. It is playing with spirits, literally. The nightmares is not
Literally.
just, and then when you look at the stuff, because one thing I always do is like, I tell people, especially parents, I tell the parents to check the authors. It is no longer like back in all the time where it was hard to find out any information on the authors. These authors, and they are proud.
True, they was
people.
really strict about that in the older times.
These authors, and they are proud people in the witchcraft and the demonic stuff. One Google search and you would know exactly what that person believes. Literally, just one Google search and you'll know if that person into like demonic entities, if that person into like spirit guides and all those set of stuff. And when you research it,
Exactly.
you would get everything.
Man, and it's been, I had some low times recently, but I pray. It helps me a lot. But the thing is, the demonic attacks aren't as severe. I'm not afraid no more. I mean, I was never truly afraid. It's just, I think I was too comfortable with it to a point it didn't fathom me. But now, I know I'm protected. And every day I was like, yep,
And to give your
yep,
life to
I got the
Christ.
Lord.
I want to
It's just,
truly give your life to Christ. That is like the main. Because everybody can be like, oh, I give my life to Christ and stuff. But I believe you give it.
oh, I truly gave my life to Christ recently. I ain't gonna lie, I was crying. I,
Yeah.
I, I couldn't even speak how I was trying to pray. That's how hard I was crying after all of that. I was so happy and relieved after that.
Yeah.
And I even did a fast. Like, the Lord told me to do a fast. I did a fast, and I started experiencing and seeing what He wants from me. And no one could tell me otherwise. I write down my dreams and I pray. I pray before I write down my dreams to help me write them down. Nightmares or dreams, regardless. I like to keep track of that stuff.
Agree. Same.
I've been writing my dreams down since 12th grade before I even became a reborn Christian again. And me going back, I'm not going to remove those dreams of the world. Me going back and realizing and reading over those dreams, how it truly affect a person demonically and spiritually. It shows, to me, it shows my progress and from where I was then and where I am now. That's how I see it. And lately, I even write down Bible scriptures when I finish writing my dreams on my phone. I write a Bible scripture that describes the dream I had.
My dad is always marinated with the word. I agree with that. That's amazing to hear.
Yeah. But it's so cool how I found your channel, because the Lord knows I'm really into Marvel and DC and like anything that's comic related, not just comic but manga and stuff too. I was like, man, Lord, I pray you help me find something that helps my interest. I'm interested in see something in your view, in what you see, and that one day, I just see a video that's talking about Marvel, but it was the Eternals one. That's the first video I've seen. It's so crazy. Like, it's not crazy, but when the Lord literally answers your prayer, right after you pray for it, you can't deny the fact that He's real.
The YouTube recommendation feed is just.
He's like, no, watch this. I'm like, yep. And He's funny too. I asked the Lord, like, can you tell me a joke? And one day He said, I remember the joke. He's like, Adam and Eve go to a bar, and He said, Eve, Adam asked Eve, what are you gonna drink? She said, I'm gonna drink the apple cider. And I'm like, no. I was like, wow. Like, the Lord, He's just like you and me. He's just like you and me.
It's about that people like miss with it, like the whole like God of the universe. Like, I always think of like how I was taught to think about it, and like how I came to think about it myself is like the God of the universe wants to have a personal relationship with you. Because like I started like ending off video saying like you have to build a relationship with God. It's not like just knowing the Bible, because you can be a Bible scholar and definitely not have a relationship with God. You know the Bible from cover to cover, but it has never changed your heart on how you move or anything like that. Because especially if you do it like academically and go to seminary and stuff, you could come up with the best grades, be the valedictorian, and your heart not change for God at all.
So true. Like, reading the Bible is part of the process, but the Lord shows many ways of me to learn about Him through many people, including you, and the experiences I've been having. Like, yes, the Bible is mandatory, but you want to build a relationship, well, He's going to show you other ways you will learn about Him through others and through other types of media. I'm like, wow. And I'm so happy that I literally prayed many times, like, Lord, I pray to have a friendship with someone who helps me build my relationship with you. And wow, I pray for that even when I was in the world, and even to now, and I was like, wow, he done it again. He done it again. It's just awesome. It's awesome. It's amazing.
It is. Because like even with me, like like my gamer group, I tried to like, because it is like my mindset of it was like, oh, I'll be the like first Christian gaming, first like true Christian esports organization and whatnot. And then I tried it with unsafe people, and that was a shipwreck. It literally was a shipwreck. Like, that came and crashed and burned and came in and transitioned into Xplanations. And from that, it was like I was going on my own understanding and trying to my own plans for myself and stuff. And like after giving it to God, it's just like, yeah, His glory, His will, His perfect will. Because you could be like, oh God, I want to do your will for my life. And also, here's my will. Let's make it your will for my life. Like, you're telling God what your will for your life is. And be like, all right, God, let's make this your will for my life. You know, it's my will for my life. Let's make it your will for my life at the same time.
Yeah, I actually prayed about that yesterday.
Yeah.
He even got me out my comfort zone. So when I started my my fast, he told me, I want you to share the word on TikTok. And I'm like, I'm not the type of guy who posts stuff on media. And so I post like scriptures or like he told me firstly it made me write down repent and mention like a lot of stuff. I have the videos on my TikTok, but I'm surprised how many people who are touched by this, like the Lord says, not many people will be touched, but even one soul, if just one person is a change, and that's enough for me.
Some Christian YouTubers say is it's the mission over the metrics, and that's how I view explanations. The mission over the metrics. I mean, like, it's not about how much people see it or how much how much likes it gets and if it goes viral. It's like, if it reaches the person that God intended it for reach, I am more than satisfied with the video.
Yeah, exactly.
I had one comment saying that it helped, or somebody DMing me and saying that, you know, the content helped me a lot. It was like, that is more than getting 100,000 views for me. Someone getting
it is a different feeling. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah.
It's a really different feeling of peace and happiness from the Lord than when you're wasn't of the Lord or of this world. Because the happiness and stuff does not disappear. Even when you're sad, you can just feel His love. You can feel it.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's actually undescribable how to describe the feelings and emotions you get from experiencing
it is
with God.
It's something
It's
you can
very
only
undescribable.
understand if you go through it. If you don't, you would not understand it. Like, that's how I could personally say about it.
I try to understand it, but that just gives me a headache. So I just don't even try anymore. I just accept it for what it is.
Yeah. Alright, man.
And
something else? You just gonna say something?
oh, I was about to say something, but I lost track. Oh, I remember. So I was gonna say, you know how people want to hear the Lord's voice, but they think it's always gonna be audible.
Yeah, audible.
So I pray, like, sometimes it's audible. Sometimes He's speaking really loudly to me, and sometimes He mostly speaks to me in my dreams. Cause I love sleeping, but I stopped sleeping a lot because I realized if you sleep too much, you actually don't gain more energy. You losing it.
You're losing it.
But He brings more messages in my dreams. But I also got a lot of visions along my life. Like, I had like visions of things that would happen. Then when I experience and it happens to me, I'm like, but I already did this, and I'm like, it's deja vu. But I realized that now, even though when I was in the world, the Lord was always showing me what He wants me to do, or what I'm gonna do. It's just, like I said, undescribable.
Yeah.
Even when you don't feel it, even when you're not aware of it, He's always with you. Always.
Because, I mean, He is omnipresent, so.
True. I mean, He is everywhere at once. And the devil can't be everywhere at once because he's not. He's just a fallen angel.
Yep.
And the devil can't actually read your mind. He only
No, he can't. I
put
touched on that.
whispers into it.
Yep.
He can't read your mind. That's a lie from him.
Because he's
But-
very good at predicting.
Exactly. He's very good at predicting.
He can't
but-
read your mind.
It's hilarious now that I think about it. if it's just a big giant game, not trying to say it's a literal game, it's just the devil knows his time is at an end, but even though he knows, he just still tries regardless and regardless try to prove that he's better than him. But even though he already knows what's gonna happen at the end, regardless of what's gonna, it's just at the same time it's
That's a level of
funny.
dedication. if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that is some dedication. You try and prove a point even to this time, knowing where you're gonna end up and what's gonna happen. You're literally mentally unstable. You just don't. You just
Literally.
it's wordless. How prideful the devil is of himself. He's so blinded by himself. He's no different than the people who sin in the world because he is the devil. It's so crazy to me how an angel can rebel against the Lord, and you're supposed to be an angel, all good and all goodness for the Lord, but even angels had free will, and you like, oh, I want to be higher and above you, for I should be the rightful ruler of heaven. But I honestly, at the end of the day, I don't know if this was a dream. I had a vision or something a long time ago. But one time I dreamed I was in court, and I believe it was supposed to take place in heaven. Then you had Lucifer right there. Then you had Jesus. And I was like, then I woke up and I was like, what if the devil works for God? But at the end of the day, even though he's gonna be in hell, he's gonna be there when we're getting judged, because he's gonna
The whole thing with the accused of the brethren and that.
exactly, he's gonna bring up all the bad thing.
I'm not too 100 because I'm not someone that is good at interpreting dreams in that sense, so I can't really answer on that.
Yeah, but that's how I felt about it. This was a long time ago, though. A long time ago, and I still remember. But since I realized dreams aren't dreams, and it's all spiritual warfare, 24/7, I can't see anything the same.
Yeah, I can't either. I mean, it depends on that. That's also a dependent, because like I remember I have to tell someone that. Let me tell you something. If you now finish binging every single MCU movie, and Iron Man want to recruit you to the Avengers, that is not God telling you you're going to be Avenger.
Exactly.
It's a conscious mind at work. But man, after bounce, like the stream been going for hours. I appreciate you being in the chat for so long, and thanks for like joining to talk.
Oh, yeah. I needed to speak. I wanted to get some stuff off my chest because YouTube and their limited typing isn't enough to explain myself.
To see what you wanted to, that would have been long. But yeah, but to like end up the stream, I appreciate it. It was great talking.
You're welcome, man.
Later. It was a lot of fun.
I did not know I was being talked to. I didn't know my voice was on YouTube.
You didn't mind that?
I didn't know, but I don't really mind no more because
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just sharing the fact, and as long as everybody else can hear it, it's good for me.
Yeah.
Even though I don't know it, I'm actually doing the Lord's work, sharing these testimonies and experiences and stuff. So,
Cause I still like the option.
yeah, you're still on stream. Yeah, still in the stream. It's weird hearing me talking, then hearing that I'm talking still.
That's a cool option.
But now, since I actually did a recording, I don't know how I can like share this recording because I did a voice recording on my phone, and I want to share it, but I don't know how I could share it. Like, how can I share a recording file? Like, where can I post it? Like, I don't know how to do that.
Do you have like a Google Drive or something? I think that'd be easiest.
Yeah, I have the Google Drive app. Yeah, I have that.
I try to put it on.
Okay, I'll try that.
Alright, man, appreciate it. It's amazing. Later.
Alright, man, take care. God bless you.
See you